Well, a very good afternoon and welcome to the Speyside Recreation Ground on the opening day of this year's Chief Secretary's T-10 Blast. It's the 5th edition. It's the first time, actually, that we've been up to Speyside. We've been down previously at Roxburgh, just down the road. But this, for me, is the most attractive and beautiful setting. No bad words about Roxburgh. I just like Speyside that little bit better. The two teams that are going to start this year's competition are the Rainforest Rangers and the Fort King George Gunners. Both teams are just going through the preliminaries where they have a few photographs with visiting dignitaries. I think one of the dignitaries out there, if I can pick her out, is Faith B. Yisrael, and the president of the Tobago Cricket Association, Mr. Kerwin John. In the background you can hear Marcus Daniel. He's the stadium announcer. No doubt we'll hear plenty of him as the game goes on. The toss has already been taken. Both the captains were out there, Mark Dial and Dijon Charles. Dijon Charles, the captain of the Fort King George Gunners. Mark Dial captaining the Rangers. And it was Dijon Charles who won the toss. In actual fact, and decided to bowl. But there was a little bit of fun out in the middle when they were trying to decide who was going to call. And Dijon Charles said he wanted to call because he was the home team. I think he was the home team because he's from Tobago and Mark is from Trinidad. But I pointed out that the Rainforest Rangers were actually the Fort King George Gunners being down at the other end of the island. Therefore, he wasn't going to call. Mark called and lost the toss anyway, so it didn't really matter. The two opening batsmen are making their way out to the middle, Orlando James and Kyle Ramdu. Should be a really interesting first look to see just how the strip is going to play. I have to say that the strip itself looks great. I've got no problem with the way it looks. It's nice and hard, it's well marked. But I think the square looks as though it could have had a little bit more attention paid to it. But the strip itself, I think that looks good. And I'm looking forward to see how that's going to play. It's as hard as a road, as they say. That's a nice look. Our cameraman is down at the road end. As you come down the hill into Speyside, the ground is on your right. Our cameraman is down there. So the opening batters for the Rangers, Orlando James and Kyle Ramdu. And it's going to be Ramdu to face, isn't it? He's going to looks as though he's going to face the first ball. Yeah. Sharon Lewis is going to open the bowling. Yeah, we'll call that the road end. There's a school behind Ramdu. That's the batsman. That's in the background. You see the school. I think we'll just call that the school end. Then. Leave it for this first ball. I'll tell you one thing. Here we go with the first ball. Left arm over the wicket, tucked off the pads, and they take one run. Did he get some bat on that? I guess he did. There was no signal or anything, so we'll take that as one run then. The first run ever scored. It's not the first run scored in Speyside because cricket's been played here over many years. It's just the first run in this year's Chief Secretary Bago T-10 Blast. There's plenty of previous between these two teams, by the way. I'll go into that in a couple of minutes. It's well worth going over just how many times they've had to face one another in crunch matches. I wouldn't quite call the opening game a crunch match, but both teams are going to are going to want to get off to a winning start. Here comes Sharon again, he bowls, and that's played down into the offside. They run through for a nice, easy single. There's a man there at point. He comes in, but they take a single. 2 without loss then. He looks heavily built, doesn't he? Strong, strapping left armour. Lewis Sharon.
Nickname is Cottrell. Sheldon Cottrell.
Any runs? It's pitched up again, worked into the leg side. This time they're going to come back for a second. I tell you what, Ramdu might have to pick up the pace. There's probably a third there. The speed that Orlando James ran the first run, and he was way down the track. They could have actually threatened for a third, although I think the outfield was quite heavy. There's plenty of sand on the outfield, so maybe it just held up a little bit. So far, nothing untoward as far as the pitch is concerned, as Sharon runs in again and bowls. That's over the top there. That's gonna. I don't think it's gonna go, is it? Only just. Yeah. And that was a nice strike as well, just lofted over the man here. Here's another look at it. That was a nice looking shot, actually. And as long as you clear the infield, it looks as though you're going to get value for shot. I thought that they'd left a little bit too much grass on, but that one managed to get to the boundary. 8 without loss. 4 balls so far.
I just check back. Canadian as a minus then.
Ramdu is on 7.
Now come on.
He's set to face the next delivery. There are two deliveries left in the over. Sharon Lewis just tosses himself a catch as he waits to run in and bowl the next delivery. A little bit short. Didn't know what he was doing there.
Wicket.
Yeah. He got caught in 2 minds. He looked as though he wanted to get on the front foot, realised that it was short, tried to play some kind of pull, but then got tied up and ended up just lobbing it into the air, and the keeper ran round and took a very, very simple catch actually in the end. It was a rather embarrassed as he goes back to the team dugout. That brings Mark Dial out into the middle. You might have wanted to keep Ramdu out there actually. Now that you've introduced Mark Dial, here's another look at the wicket. He just got tied up. It was short. Wanted to. He was leaning forward to a short ball, realised that he wanted to go back, and by the time that he changed his mind, all he could do was fend it off, lobbed it into the air, and the keeper came round and took, as I say, a fairly simple catch. Sharon Lewis gets a wicket. Mark Dial to face one delivery from Sharon Lewis. Here comes the strongly built Lewis down the leg side, and Lewis an easy tuck into the leg side off his pads for a single to end the over. 9 for 1 after 1 over. I'm not sure who's going to be happier with that. 9 off the over or the wicket for the Fort King George Gunners. as long as you can control the run scoring, then you might say, okay, let's take some wickets and I'll feel good about it. What you don't want is to start giving up big overs, 12, 15. Right, who have we got? Number 30. I think it's Keyshawn. Did you say?
Number 38.
Oh, 38. Okay. Marlon Richards. All right.
38 is Marlon Richards.
38 is Marlon Richards. I'll get used to the numbers.
This is going to be now Marlon Richards.
That's nice, isn't it? I like that graphic.
Over number 2, the score 9 for 1.
Giving you some information on the batsman. Oh, nice new addition. I hadn't seen that before. So well done to our Cricket 360 team for coming up with that. Left-handed Dial settles over his bat to face the first delivery from the school end. A little bit short, just up around the chest area. He tucks that down and manages to come through for a single. Just looking to get an idea of the pace of the wicket. It's difficult, the first delivery. You want to see Marlon Richards bowl a few first and work up a bit of pace and then see how the batsmen play it. But nothing untoward yet. I say that because there's been a little bit of talk about the preparation and the length of time that went into preparing the strip up here. I'll come back to that anyway as Richards runs in again and bowled, and he's pulled. That really is a good shot. He was onto that very quickly. Pulled that off towards the bay. There's a bar over there just on the left hand side. I was in there this morning just to get soft drinks, I hasten to add. My colleagues were drinking other things, but I stayed with the soft drinks. That was a lovely shot actually. He got into position very quickly, Orlando James. That's a good hit. It's a little bit bigger than it looks on camera. You might get the impression that it's not a very big ground, but it's actually bigger than the St. Kitts ground that they played the CPL on last night. They had 52 metres for the square boundaries. We've got 55 metres here, so it's a good size. I'd caution anyone who's coming up here when parking your vehicle not to park on the square boundaries as he bowls again. And that's played into the offside. They come through for a single, maybe just a little bit deep there. You don't want to be taking a single to someone who's at point. Just want to be a little bit tighter in there, especially earlier on. If they start knocking you about, maybe then you can do a field change, but you want to put some pressure on the batsman, and they've knocked a few singles around actually, which is unusual. Early on, you really want to be as tight as possible. Dial waits for the next delivery, and he almost played on there. Maybe just a little bit slower. Stayed up there a little bit longer, and Dial had to wait for it. He didn't jab down on it. Well, that's nice, isn't it? One of the opposition tying up your shoes for you. It's virtually impossible to tie your shoelaces when you're padded up. So you do need someone out there to help you out. Richards runs in and bowls again. And again it's played comfortably into the offside by Dial. Doesn't look as though there's any zip or pace in the pitch at the moment. It's not leaping off at the batsman, and they all three of them actually that we've seen so far have looked reasonably comfortable. Nothing to leap at them. Last ball of the over. That's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Another one to the total. 16 for 1. Ah, okay, 17. I was a little bit slow there. My apologies. Yeah. It actually looks a little bit quicker if you take your eyes off the screen and you just look at it here. It looks quicker through the air. 17 for 1 after 2 overs. Just pulled it back after 9 off the first.
End of over number
Only by 1 run.
2
Still, I'm sure you can hear in the background our stadium announcer. That's Marcus Daniel, and a permanent fixture around whenever there's cricket in Tobago. Tireless worker. And I'm delighted to say that our scorer is Tracy Caldera. It's such a pleasure to be able to sit with Tracy again. She's actually quite humorous to have in the box. It's not a commentary box, it's a commentary tent. But we have been in the commentary box before, haven't we? As Dale waits for the next delivery. It's full, worked off the pads down to fine leg. There's a good chase there, and they come back for a second. That's Lewis just straying a little bit there and giving Dial the chance to pick up a couple of fairly easy runs. Just want to try and get that line right early on and not let the batsman settle, get into some kind of comfort zone. Anytime you can get bat on ball, knock a few runs around and see the scoreboard ticking over, just makes things that little bit easier. Got to find a few difficult balls to slow them down here. Bowls again. That's the first one that has really made them defend. And a nice looking defensive shot from Dial, and there's no run. The score remains on 19 for 1. As I said earlier on, this is my favourite setting. It's not just for people who are from Speyside or may like Speyside as well. This is really such a lovely place to come and play cricket and watch cricket as well. Here's the next delivery. It's full. It's pushed into the offside and fielded at cover. They pick up 1 run. Just a little bit too easy for me at the moment. You know, just want a little bit more punchy. You know, and there was even a touch of gloves there, a fist pump to Dial. You know, I don't care how friendly you are with him. You know, it's all very friendly at the moment. Let's see if we can get something. We did see one short ball, actually, but Orlando James dealt with that beautifully. That was he pulled that for 4 towards the bar. I'll be in that bar again later. But he pulled it towards the bar and picked up a nice 4. He's on strike now. Actually, he's going to face Sharon Lewis, who we've already spoken about his build. He runs in and bowls now. That's short, tucked off the legs. No, they're just going to take the 1, and that was fired in from the deep. Who was that threw that in? That was quite an arm. Came in very quickly. There was no chance of a second there. The score moves on to 21 for 1. I'll have to see who that is. Is that Richards then? Out in the deep. Again, it's just the line that is wrong here. Tucked too easily into the leg side. They pick up another single. You only need a few singles, a couple of boundaries, and everything looks really easy. They've got to make it a little bit more difficult for this pair. And having seen how easily with the only short ball that we've seen, everything is up. I think that's right. Everything should get pitched up. If you're going to get hit down the ground, okay, they're men in the deep. But just got to get the line right here. Lewis. 5 off the over so far, last ball. Not even a shout. I'd have had a shout. You know, anything hits the bats, I'm going to have a shout. There's a scorecard so far. Early days yet. End of the third over. 22 for 1. James is on 7. He's faced 6 balls. Dial is on 7. He's faced 8. Nice and what's the right word for? There's no real tempo in it at the moment. One wicket down. Yeah, it lacks a little bit of energy, a bit of bite. I think that will probably come with a change of bowling. I'd like to see them test the pace of the wicket, to be honest. I think it looks as though they're going to have a little bit of wrist spin. We shall see. Is he going to bowl with his cap on? I have seen that before. It's Shaquille Duncan. Someone's van goes behind the... I think that's a power company. We better grab them. Here he comes, right arm round. Slightly round arm action. A little bit of bounce there. He's probably had more zip off the pitch than the two seamers anyway. He comes in again. Thinks about pulling it. It doesn't get there. He was almost through the shot. And there is one of the that you could hope to see. Who was that? That was Cephas Cooper. Almost nutmegged himself. Yeah. I think maybe that little bobble just before it got to him just fooled him. Anyway, the score moves on to 23 for 1. Dale is on 8, having faced 10 balls. Yeah, Duncan with the sleepy hands. Bowling with a red cap. He's up to the wicket now. Well, is he going to get away with that? He does. Well, I don't know. It bounced and turned away. We're going to have to allow for some turn. Orlando James is not happy with that. It did go down the leg side, but only having bounced and turned. Can't fault the spinner for that. Right. Duncan comes in again. This time James is able to work it off his pads, and he's halfway down the track. He's very, very quick, Orlando James. And the batsmen who are with him have to realise that. I mean, I don't think that there was a second there, but he was halfway down the track when Dial was just running his bat and looked around to find his teammate halfway down the track and said, "Oh, no, I'm not coming." Anyway, Dial to face now. Leaves that one. You're not going to see that very often in a T10. Outside the off stump and just left alone. Dial, I think, just sizing him up. He may not leave this one. No, he doesn't. Cuts that out into the deep. There's a man at deep cover. Pick it up and they take 1. So Dial's had a good look at him. If he comes back for a second, he might travel a bit further. End of the over. 25 for 1. We've had 4 overs.
25 for 1.
The two batsmen meet in the middle, have a little chat, had a look at the scoreboard. 25 for 1.
So you could try it in between the innings.
You really want to be getting back up to 9, 10, 11 and over if you can. but they've had a good look now at what's on offer as far as the bowling is concerned. Remember, you only get 2 overs, so it's not as though you can get yourself, in and take time. You're only going to have 12 balls. You better have a look at them very quickly, decide what you're going to do. Marlon Richards marking out his run-up as he prepares to bowl the next over. 25 for 1. There's another view from the road end. Who is it that we've got up there? Who's the cameraman up there?
Marlon Richards. Rover number 5.
Kevin Clark. Thrown him up there. I hope he's comfortable with heights. Anyway, here comes Richards. He's only bowls now, and it's slapped back at Shaquille Duncan, I think that is. It's a good stop. He's driven hard. And it was so hard it knocked him over, didn't it? It was a good stop in the end. The score stays on 25 for 1. Comes Richards again. Ooh, swing and a miss. Maybe that just kept a little bit low. Dial thought that he might get a bit more bounce on it. Didn't quite get up there. 2 dot balls. Absolute gold dust at this stage. Keeping things nice and tight. Right arm round. Wide and outside the off stump again. Stayed a little bit low. That didn't get up. Definitely kept a little bit low, that one. But 3 dots. Richards won't mind. Pitch when I went out there earlier on is rock hard. Should get some bounce from it. And again, Dial showing signs of not really knowing where that was going to go. Managed to get the inside edge of the bat, and they came through for 1. 26 for 1. That can happen. You're playing on a track that hasn't had cricket on it for a while. Get a little bit of variable bounce, and then the people watching on, the batsmen waiting to come in, they start getting a little bit concerned for when it's their turn. James to face, right arm, and it's full. Played nicely back down, straight back down the ground. They come through for a second. And this time, Dial ran that quickly. I think realizing that James is a quick runner, and they took 2. Think about where the fielder is. I mean, he had to come in pretty much off the boundary, but you don't want to be taking 2 there. That's 1. Richards runs in and bowled. Thought about cutting it, and then afterwards, the second thought was to carve it out into the offside, but it was an afterthought. End of the over, 28 for 1 after 5 overs. Going to have to pick up the tempo here. Just not really picking up as many boundaries in particular. They've knocked it about a few times, but I think they're going to have to find the boundary. There was one that was cut. Oh no, sorry, pulled by Orlando James. And then there was another that was driven down to wide mid-on. Just a couple of boundaries. And they need a good few more. It's Duncan again with his right arm round. And that's pulled by Dial. He doesn't really get hold of that. Goes to the man at deep backward square, and they take just the one. Didn't really get hold of it. James to face. He's dispensed with the helmet. I'm all for keeping it on, actually. But what is it? Generation Z? Oh, slapped down the ground. There's a man down at long on. They come through for one. It's a gentle little run. No real urgency. That's what I'm looking for. Urgency. 30 for one. 5.2 overs. Really have to pick up the pace here. It's not going to frighten anyone. A reverse sweep up in there. No one's going to stop that. And that's gone for 6. Oh, okay, maybe Dial is listening to Cricket 360 because he definitely heard that. He's picked up the pace. And that one swing. Yeah. And I think that car park over the next few days is going to be a place not to park your vehicle. Going to be a few going over there. Duncan bowls again. This time it's on the other side, and that's going to go for 6 as well. Yeah, that was heading for the stands. 50, what was that? 55, 56 maybe? 56 meters? No, it's got to be more, because it's 55 to the boundary, 5 meters, so 60 meter hit. I'll move your car if I was you, Tracy. It's coming. Both sides of the wicket. One went for 6. Actually, it's not both sides of the wicket. It was Dial who engineered the first one. That's a nice stroke. There's a man out in the deep. He runs around to pick that up. They take 1, and it's much better over. 15 off the over so far. They've got 1 delivery to come. This is the kind of tempo that we're looking for. Going to need a few of these overs if they're going to get up to what? 75, 80. You can't get that kind of score. You're going to struggle. Duncan, right arm over, bowls, and that's hit down the ground. It's a nice strike from James. I'm afraid they're going to have to come off though, because we're getting a bit of a shower that's coming over the hill behind us, and that's going to delay us for a bit. Lovely strike from Orlando James. That's a big hit there, must be all of 70 metres, straight back down the ground. They're going to rush on with the covers. Dial looks for the stands, and unfortunately we've got a bit of a delay there. 49 for 1 after 6 overs. Let's look at the bowling figures. Just the 1 wicket to fall. We're going to take some cover from this passing shower. Let's hope it's not going to be too long. Opening day of the Chief Secretary's Bago T-10 blaster. Fort King George Gunners up against the Rainforest Rangers. It was the Gunners who won the toss. John Charles calling correctly and deciding to bowl. Mark Dial's team had to come out to bat. They've put on 49 for the loss of 1 wicket, 6 overs. The projected score you can see there with that current run rate is 82. I still think that might be a useful little score. 82, 85. They've got to come out there and play on that strip, see how it goes. But for the most part, I think the strip has played okay. I haven't seen any. There's no one with real tear-away pace yet to test the batsman. We've seen Shaquille Duncan with a little bit of wrist spin. I think he's going to cause too many problems. Marlon Richards bowled a few, as did Sharon Lewis, and it was all nice and controlled.
One.
Welcome back to Speyside, where we are enjoying some fine weather. Not that we had fine weather early on. We actually had a rain shower that meant the opening game between the Rainforest Rangers and the Fort King George Gunners had to be abandoned. A point each. They were 49 for 1, the Rainforest Rangers. But unfortunately the rain came and we had to cut that one short. The second game that we're going to feature now is the Booker Reef Divers up against the Little Tobago Islanders. They're about to get ready. Game 2 about to get underway, and I'll give you the lineup for the two teams, which I didn't do in the first game. My apologies for that. Keelan Lynch, Xavier Reid, Martin McDavid, Ronaldo Lazama, Ashon Pierre, Donovan Roberts, Jaden Kent, Fabrice Lynch, Cyril Diaz, Nicholas Sukleo Singh, and Varma Ramkisu. And that's a lineup for the Booker Reef Divers. Not necessarily in that order, by the way. That's just who they've got. Afiba McKenna, Leron Lizama, Jerron Alfred, Atto James, Simmons Peters, Brandon Melville, Keel Russ, Tion Webster, Damien Joachim, Christian Turton, and Tishon Castro. That's the lineup for the Little Tobago Islanders. The two batsmen are now making their way out to the middle. I make that to be 12 and 117. 117, that's Damien Joachim and Tion Webster. Webster's going to go to the far end. That's the end away from us. That's where the school is. And he's going to face the opening delivery. Let's have a look and see who we've got. Backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. There's a man in the deep at long on. Deep mid-wicket, square leg. And there's a... Well, let's see where they've put him.
It's going to be Webster to face up first, and Cyril Diaz.
Just there's a man backward of square. That's cut out to the man at third man. He runs down there to collect that. Throws it a slightly errant throw. But they come through for 1. So we're underway. 2, actually. They came for a second. My apologies. We'll settle in and we'll get exactly where some of the fieldsmen are. They've moved around already. There's Diaz bowling now. A little bit of movement through the air. Maybe it's just the shape that he takes. And there's a misfield there. They come through for 1. Who's the wicket keeper with the broad-brimmed hat? Do you know who it is? Yeah. Jaden Kent. Young, up-and-coming talent. Who was it that was in England recently? Oh, Joshua. Yeah.
Still there.
Telemark. All right. Oh, he's still there, is he? I thought he'd come back. Okay, there's the next delivery. It's defended into the offside. And there's no run. I was quite looking forward to seeing Mr. Telemark after his exploits in England. 99 he was out for 1 week. Can you imagine it? I want to go up to England and score 100. And out for 99. There's the next delivery. It's leg side. And that's pulled away. Not going to stop that. Just straight down the leg side. He swiveled on one leg and put that away nicely. The first boundary of the innings. Yeah, just got the line wrong there. 7 without loss. We've got 2 more balls in the over. Diaz gets himself ready and bowls again. Oh, that wasn't too clever. He got away with it. And if that had hit, and they're going to come back for another run. And that's poor fielding. You had plenty of time to see the throw coming in. Should have been a man there. And who is it that... I can't see the number from here. It's the man at... Xavier Reed. If I was the manager, you might get hung now. Because when that throw came in, Xavier Reed should have been at the stumps and there shouldn't have been an overthrow. If you lose by 1 run, I'm going to hang someone. Left-hander to face now. Again, not quite getting the line right. Able to tuck that away. They take a run. There's a slight misfield. And this time, there you go. That's how you do it. There was a desperate dive in the end. Now, we've got the benefit of replay. I'm putting my colleague under the, on the spot here. So let's have a look and see if we manage to get this. He fumbles it to begin with, and that makes them confident that they can run for the second. So here comes a dive. Well, you know, so for us, it's inconclusive here. When you make that decision to put someone out, you have to have absolutely clear, unequivocal evidence to overturn the umpire's decision. And the square leg umpire said, he's in. So unless we could have provided complete and total evidence to the contrary, he's in. Some of the fans on the way up the hill have decided to, well, they're not fans, they were on their way home and they saw that there was a cricket game going on. They decided to stop by and have a look. I think I might have done the same thing. The stumps were obliterated, by the way, at the end of that over. 11 came off it.
Xavier Reed went over number 2. 11 without loss.
Oh, here. Yeah. Oh, okay. There's the first delivery. That struck nicely past both the men out there, and that's going to just hold up. Just manages to stop that with the foot. Some of my colleagues are Manchester United supporters. Maybe they need him with that nifty bit of footwork. And a no ball. Oh dear. So there's the signal from Mr. Ross that we're going to have a free hit.
Free hit coming up.
And Marcus Daniel, whose voice you can hear in the background, he confirms that we're about to get a free hit. Xavier Reed was the man guilty of overstepping there. So there's a chance to... Oh, and I'll tell you what, I'm surprised that they haven't called another no ball. Yeah, and it was. So this is turning out to be a rather unattractive over, I'm afraid.
So another free hit to come.
Absolutely not what you wanted
Over number 2.
right at the beginning. 20. And we've still got 3 balls left in the over. So... Oh, we haven't had a ball then. We haven't had a legal delivery yet. So we can scratch that. 20. Short. Pulled. And that really has... Okay, so when we come to talk about measuring, we know that that's got to be 60. So I think that's probably gone 75 meters. That is a really good hit. Reed pulls this one down. It's not that short, actually. He just gets right under it. It's lofted way up there. Those cars were in danger. Look at that. That dropped, what, 2 meters? 3 meters away from a car? I know those who've managed to come down to the recreation ground, at least getting some entertainment. We had that shower earlier on that curtailed the first game, but this one looks well set. Beautiful blue skies, a few wispy clouds around. As Reed bowls again. That's full. Hit on the pad. There was a shout. Not from the bowler, by the way. I think he knew where that one was going. Oh, he did ask, but it was a polite request rather than a full-blown shout for LBW. That was going down the leg. Reed bowls again. A swing and a miss. I'll try not to say that. I think I've said it twice already today, and it's a baseball term as opposed to a cricketing term. I think I'll leave that now. But he did swing, and he did miss. So there's a huge temptation to say it. Here's Reed again. He bowls. And that time, the miss went right through him, and through and past the keeper as well. They come back for twos, but it should be two byes, and Ruthven Ross, the umpire, signals that our scorer makes a note of it. We have a lovely scorer. I don't mind mentioning that again. But she's not taking me on. Anyway, there comes Reed again. Misses at that one outside the off stump, but it's wide. The runs keep piling up. We're on 28. Now 29, beg your pardon. This really is falling apart here in this over. They punch that into the onside. Oh, sorry, in the offside, and they take a single. I was momentarily put off when I was thinking about asking our scorer for what's the most runs ever scored in a Chief Secretary Bago T-10 blast over. We must be getting up there. 17 off the over so far. Okay, so I don't think we're anywhere now. I think I remember 24 or 25 off and over. 30 for no loss. Reed bowls again. He looks to work that off the legs, but it falls harmlessly in front of him. You can see just how upset Xavier Reed is with himself. Wasn't quite the over that he intended. 2 overs have gone, 30 without loss. Tion Webster, 6 off 4 balls. Damien Joachim, 19 off 10. That's the kind of scoring rate you want to be looking at. You can get another couple of overs. With Keshav Badura Singh, because he's sitting alongside me and he's been working very hard on all of our technical equipment. It's been an absolute nightmare, hasn't it? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Brooks. Definitely, as you know, in the game of cricket, it's never without any glorious uncertainties. And it's only fair that it would extend off the field as well. But thankfully, we're here. We're excited for this encounter. And the Little Tobago Islanders off to an excellent start, 30 without loss after 2. And I can tell you, Tion Webster and Damien Joachim, they are an explosive opening pair at the crease. So really excited to see how they will continue to fare. Donovan Roberts coming into the attack.
Webster's been over here before and played and been impressive, and not surprisingly because, you know, as a national player, you'd expect that. In comes Robertson bowls. That's going to be a wide, I think. Yeah. It's tricky from this side. So if we stick at looking at what you can see at home, I think that's probably better, but that looked wide from any angle.
Yeah, definitely seem to be past that wide line, even though the lines themselves seem to be undulating a bit. Still have to use it as a guide.
Roberts runs in again. Oh, he's slapped down the ground. There's one bounce to the man in the deep. Just going to look at where is the square leg umpire? He has signalled no ball.
That means it's going to be a free hit to Webster.
Yeah, that delivery seemed to have been over the waist height. Just get a confirmation on looking at the replay. Yeah, definitely above waist height when he struck it.
Could have been a little bit slippery. I mean, there's plenty of moisture out there now. It's a warm, muggy afternoon, and we did have that heavy rain shower earlier on, so the ground is going to be wet and damp. Maybe that will give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah,
That
it's
it
not
slipped.
the easiest of conditions out there at all.
Yeah.
Could be that there was just some moisture on the ball.
And he comes again, slightly leg side, but it's straightened oddly enough, and he ended up playing it rather awkwardly, almost between his legs.
But I think he definitely got the grip on that one.
Yeah,
No
It
slippage.
straightened him up, didn't he? He played that in an odd position.
Well, one of the factors there could be that Webster loves to go inside out.
Ah,
So
okay,
he probably
in that
just
case.
readjusted
Yeah.
because that delivery is on the middle stump.
And this time he does work it off his legs. There's a man out in the deep, tar deep square leg who picks up. And did they manage to come back for the second?
Just one.
Just the one. If that had been, who was it earlier on that ran like a rabbit? Orlando James, wasn't it, when he was running with Mark Dial? He ran really well. James is very, very quick across the ground. Here's the next delivery. That's slapped down the ground. And that's caught! That is a good catch in the deep.
Robert strikes a brilliant catch.
Excellent catch there. Looks to be Sedel Diaz on the boundary. And really well taken indeed.
Celebration.
See the celebration here coming in as well. And all of the players coming in to congratulate each other. And look at this one. It was in the slot to be hit, in fairness. It was a good looking stroke from Joachim. But at the end of the day, he picked out the one man on the boundary who you don't want to see. Sedel Diaz with bucket hands. And as you can see, this went straight into those bucket hands and safely inside the rope. Joachim departs, and now the new batsman coming to the crease. It looks to be Christian Thurton, is it? He's wearing the jersey of Christopher Vincent.
Secretaries Bago, T-10.
Yes, it's slightly confusing, isn't it, when they wear different jerseys. However, going back to the catch.
It's going to be Christian T-10.
Oh, Christian Turton then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind that the jersey did show number 27, C. Vincent, which we know is
Yeah.
Christopher Vincent, who
Yeah.
usually plays in the T10
Yeah.
formats across Trinidad and Tobago. But it is, in fact, Christian Thurton. Our scorer rightfully noticed from the onset
Yes,
due to his
Our
demeanour.
Our scorer pointed out in public that she knew his body. She recognized his body. Okay, we'll just leave it at that then.
I think there was one keyword after body that she's insisting we mention, body language,
No, I never heard anything about
the
language.
non-verbal cues.
Anyway, it is Turton who makes his way out. And I just want to go back to the catch. It wasn't as easy, and it did go down his throat, but he did have to leap in the air to take it. And it was well held. Very good catch in the deep. Here's the next delivery. It's nurdled into the leg side. They take one. They think about coming back for a second. There's a man there to pick up, tidy things up, calm everything down, and they just take the one.
One thing there is that Robert seemed to be very excited when that delivery went into the gap. He was shouting at the fielder, one only. And I think even the DJ with the sound effect that was played thereafter was just encouraging him to stay calm.
Just take the one. Here comes the next delivery. No, he's aborted that. He was actually almost through the delivery. The feet were working, but the arms weren't, and Donovan Roberts decided to bail out of that.
It's actually been a very good over thus far, apart from the start with the wide and the no ball.
35-1. And that's why he slipped there.
Yeah, you can see just
Yeah,
prior
the
to
footwork.
the pop and crease there,
Mm.
some extra sand put in place to try and help with the run-up, as we had some showers overnight as well as this morning and this afternoon. So even though you are seeing brilliant sunshine at the moment, conditions out here were a bit damp earlier on.
See, it's where he has to leap. That's the one that's on the left. Oh, and he's bowled him right through him.
Strikes again. Oh, look at the celebration.
That's excellent. Look at this.
AKA Pagan.
Roberts is having an excellent time here.
That middle stump is leaning back. That's the one that he's knocked down. And it came from nowhere. You know, he'd had two aborted attempts to delivery where the left foot, when he was landing, was uncomfortable, and then he just ran through the crease the next time without any trouble. Gets the left foot down here.
So he actually leaped just after.
Yeah.
Look at that delivery. It pitched on or around middle stump and hit the off stump between off and middle. So it actually did seem away after it pitched. So it's an excellent delivery from Roberts. And look at the celebration. Roberts, he's here for the party. He's here for the Chief Secretary. Bago T-10 blast up and running. New batsman coming in now is Tishawn Castro. Again, not to...
He's got a different jersey number on.
Indeed, so not to take that too
Don't worry about
literal.
Oh, I see. Right.
It is the first day of the tournament, so...
Maybe all the kit hasn't turned up.
Yeah, it's very possible that they just
share
have
a
some
few.
issues to sort out. We know that some players as well are still to arrive over the various teams. But nonetheless, we do have a game on our hands. The first game, unfortunately, abandoned after the first innings only lasted 6 overs.
Roberts on his way in. He bowls again. That's down the leg side, and that will be wide. It's unfortunate. Beautiful ball, and then the next one down the leg side. All right, that can happen.
So this over is one of those situations where it still has one legal delivery left. Seems as if it's taking an eternity, but he has picked up 2 wickets for just 6 runs.
Great effort. Oh, full.
Almost a third.
Right through him as well.
Almost a third. Look at his reaction.
Where did that one pass?
Let's see.
As they say.
Let's have a look.
36 for 2 after 3 overs.
Inside edge.
Yeah. It's just as well that they had a man really fine to tidy that up. Although I think, it's quite heavy, isn't it, the outfield? And maybe they could have snuck one if he wasn't there, but not many more. Some of the outfields, you've got to see moves reasonably quick. They fly away if the keeper misses it, but I think there's probably only one in that. 36 for 2. Who have we got coming up from the school end to bowl? Keelan Lynch, I think it is.
4 franchises battling here this year. There's going to be Keelan Lynch.
And it's Christian Turton to face. He's got number 77 on his back. No, 27, beg your pardon. Lynch bowls. It's full, driven, but there's a man at cover and there's no run. I'm going to say he's not actually, he's at extra cover. He's a little bit further up. I have to concentrate on what's on the screen. You see exactly where they are. Lynch bowls again. That one's short and it's pulled. There's a man out in the deep end. In fact, there are 2 men out there. One man was running around from square. There's a man at deep extra cover. It's closer to him. But the fielder at square leg was a little bit more active. Well, deep square leg, actually.
Well, it is a very huge outfield.
It's good size, actually. He goes back to that one, cuts it away to the man at deep cover, who runs in. And they take 1 run. 39 for 2. We've got three balls left in the over. This one is not going to go as long as the last one did. I think we had 9. Was it 9 deliveries in the last over? We had a few slips. Oh, chance there. And he's held on to it. Carved away to the man at backward point. He's not moving, though.
Well, I think he's waiting on confirmation because the umpire has to confirm here. They are already celebrating.
They're claiming the catch. And unless the umpires say otherwise, he's going to have to go.
Well, it looks as if he's walking.
Yeah.
Yep, he's going back now. Well, let's take a look at that one again, Sheldon.
He carves this away. And we're going to catch up with it now. He's going to dive forward.
Oh,
I see. Yeah. Okay, so it was popped up into the air, and on the way down with the right hand, he took the catch. We're going to tell you who it is. Yeah, 10. Whoever 10 is. Yeah. It's the change in shirts that's throwing us.
No, but that was
It was a special catch, wasn't it?
Catch, Sheldon.
Yeah.
I think even he was surprised because
Well, he bumped it at first.
he saw from the replay that
We may have another look at it. He definitely popped that up into the air, and on the way down, his elbow, I think, was on the ground, and he couldn't move the hand. He just had to hope that it was going to drop back, and it dropped into the palm of the hand.
Big catch there by the big man, Ramkisoon. He said he's got that to do.
Okay, Ramkisoon took the catch. We've got the left-handed Leron Lazama on strike. Here comes Lynch. He bowls. Lazama is back and just taps that backward of point for a single. Just played that nicely. Nice and comfortable. Nothing has zipped off the deck, so there's no real pace to worry you. And mind you, I don't think Keelan Lynch is going to worry you with pace. Turton it is on 4. He pulls that, and there's a man out in the deep who catches it on 1 bounce, throws it back in, and they take 1 run. It was out towards the bar, which we will mention regularly. 41 for 3 after 4 overs. Marcus Daniel is the voice in the background that you can hear, keeping the spectators in the stadium aware of exactly what's going on. But there is a nice big scoreboard, a manual scoreboard down at the far end, and that's the players hiding from the sunshine. We've got really nice bright sunshine here, and that's the tent containing the Little Tobago Islanders team. In the middle there was Simmons Peters. I can see Jaron Alfred out there as well. That's the roti shop. It's closed at the moment, but that's up
much
on
to
the
our
hill.
dismay.
Yeah, someone stormed the balcony. I'm sure that was closed. Anyway, there's someone watching from a nice vantage point up there. Varma Ramkisoon is ready to bowl. He's going to see what he has to offer up. Turton it is who waits for the next delivery. Outside the off stump, Turton decides to have a swing at that, and he does, and it troubles the man at cover, who gets a hand to bring it to a stop, but not before they come through and take 1 run. The score moves on to 42 for 3. Lazama having faced 1 ball so far. He's getting ready to face Ramkisoon's next delivery, and he's going to come, let's have a look, over the wicket to the left-hander. No, round the wicket, beg your pardon. Round the wicket to the left-hander. This leg side, lofted into the deep. 1 bounce again to the man out there. And they come through for another single, slightly reminiscent of the first game where a few singles were taken here or there, but they didn't have the big hitting and the couple of poor overs. They were already up to 43 for 4 off 4 overs, and I think we finished on 49 off 6. When the rain came and interrupted the first game. Here's Ramkisoon again. He bowls it wide outside the off stump, and so wide that even I could tell that the umpire was going to stretch his arms out for that one. That wasn't the best of deliveries. He doesn't appear to me to be a regular bowler, right?
Well, I must say, I think he's good with the momentum after taking that excellent catch. By all means.
Second. One outside the off stump and wide, and the same result. Out into the deep, nice and controlled, and they come through for 1 run. The score goes on to 45 for 3. We've got 3 more deliveries. Ramkasoon is going to come back around the wicket to the left-handed Lazama. Dangerous batsman Lazama has a swing at that, and that one just misses the man there on the edge of the circle. If there was a circle, he'd be on the edge of it. He got the outside edge of that. It was in the air for a while. It was a desperate dive from, who should we say that was then? Martin McDavid, if he's wearing the right shirt. You know, it's not a bad over.
It really isn't.
Yeah, 2 balls left to go. Ramkasoon bowls. It's full. It's hit on the pad, but
that's looking good.
Oh, you know, I'm kind of surprised that he's given that. Anyway, we will have a look. The umpire had a good long look at it. He didn't trigger him. And we were just saying that it was a good over up to this point, and he seals it by taking the wicket of the dangerous left-handed Liron Lazama.
So let's take a look at this one again.
47 for 4 as we have the replay. Well, hard to tell from there, isn't it? You've got to go with the man in the middle. Oh, that's a slightly better. Well, if it's
delivery before.
That was, yeah. Okay, not to worry. Not to worry. The important thing is that there was a man who was only 22 yards away from the action, and I think we've got to go with him. He's the experienced one. I don't know if you've got a umpire's badge. I haven't. So I'm going to go with Mr. McKenna. He said, you're out. And it doesn't matter what we say, to be honest. Ronnie McKenna said, on your way. The incoming batsman is Jaron Alfred, one of the most attractive looking players in the Tobago setup. Ramkasoon bowls a slightly leg side, and Alfred thinks about a second. He's quick enough, and he does hit. That was a direct hit. He's more excited about having thrown and hit the stumps as opposed to whether Alfred was in or not. Anyway, they did come back and take 2. Well, it's difficult from our angle. We haven't got the best of angles. We can have a look at the replay from the angle that we do have. That was Lazama. That was the out.
On Matchday 1, Chief Secretary's Bago T-10 glass.
And then maybe we've got time to have a look at the claimed run out. Ruthven Ross is signalling something at the school end.
Lynch to continue with over number 6.
In the meantime, who is it that we've got up there? Is that Turton again? Is he? Yeah.
And 7, base.
Keelan Lynch is getting ready to bowl his second over. He runs in now and bowls, swept by Turton, and another piece of fielding. I think we'd be hanging, or I'd be hanging, 3 or 4 people tonight from some of the fielding. Here's what we were looking at with Jaron Alfred. He runs the bat in, and I think he's in. We can freeze the frame. It was a good run. It was Turton who ran the bat in, and he did it early. That's what made it easier for us to see. It was a good throw. It was a direct hit, and you like to think if you get a direct hit, you might have your man. Not in this occasion. Turton steps back, tries to drive that down the ground. He bottom edges it past the leg stump, and they come through for 1 run. The score moves on to 52 for 4. We've had 2 balls of the 6th over 3 off the over so far. Lynch will be reasonably happy with having gotten away with only a 2 and a single. Let's see if he can keep this under control. You don't want them getting away. Our projected score, you can see that on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, is 98. That's quite a score. That's a nice-looking shot. Steps back into the crease and plays it out to the man at deep cover. They come through for 1 run. There's a nice-looking throw as well. I like to see that. You won't get hung tonight.
I have to nickname you the Hangman.
Well,
Sheldon.
for fielding, I'll tell you, lethal, absolutely lethal. You make mistakes in the field, you lose the game. That's pulled out to the man in the deep. It's just to his right. He has to dive to stop it, and they're only able to come for 1 run.
Yeah,
think about it. That was a big hit.
That
It
should
had
have been
a long
2
way to go,
at the least.
and they should have run that one a little bit quicker, at least so they'd be turning and thinking, can we take a second run here?
Albeit it was excellent fielding still to dive and stop that ball in the air before the boundary.
Then that's really got to be 2.
Should have been
hasn't it?
minimum 2.
Yeah.
Could have even pushed for the 3rd.
Lynch bowls. Again, he steps back and hits this down the ground. He's got to run round to his
This has to
left
be
hand,
2.
and this is 2 now. And that's a good throw. He didn't have to move from the stumps to take that. That was a very good throw. I'm not sure who it is that's fielding out in the deep there, but he's doing a good job. Simmons Peters is one of the best fielders, but he's playing for Little Tobago Islanders, so we won't be seeing him until the next innings. But you watch out for him. If he saves you 10 or 12 in the field, that could be the game. Lynch bowls. It's slightly short, pulled out into the deep, and there's a despairing dive. What a leap that was, and it went for 6.
Well, an excellent effort. Definitely cannot fault the fielder there at all. He made a valiant dive to try and pull that one behind the ropes. Unfortunately, it went over and into the road, in fact, so another 6 added to the total, but still excellent fielding attempt there.
We have to find out who that is, you know. It's worth finding out who it is. That's a good club down the ground, way out to the man at deep mid-wicket. Look at that leap. Oh, and he almost got a hand
Almost.
to it. What an effort that was. Completely oblivious. The 4 spectators in the back that were walking there missed that completely. They're just out for a lime. They're not here for watching the cricket, are they? There was no idea that there was that piece of action taking place there. Varma Ramkisoon, I'm not sure what he's done to convince the skipper that he's worth another over, but
Well, he's picked up a wicket for only 8 runs, and he took an excellent catch, so at this point in time,
in that case,
I think he's backing himself.
He's in, yeah.
It's always the ones that you least expect, Sheldon.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that get the wickets at the right times.
There he comes now. Wide. There's width to drive that into the offside, but it goes straight to the man.
One of the aspects of his bowling as well is that he is noticeably slower in pace, and that is always more difficult to hit, especially on a surface such as this, that clay turf.
You have to make it work. That's that wide. You can leave that one. I suppose that's the only thing that happens when you're not a regular bowler. Just you get that direction, and then all of a sudden you get a magic ball, which we saw earlier on from Ramkisoon, and you take wickets. And bowls again, and he could have left that too. Sliced off the outside edge of the bat. They're going to come back. Oh, a little bit of help there in the deep. And that keeps it down to, was it 2?
There's some good work down there in the outfield.
63 for 4.
So he was running towards the ball, and it was a bit slippery, so he did it very well to put it back inside. Albeit a bit comical at the end, but still excellent work.
That was magic, wasn't it? Oh, that's probably not the best of deliveries.
That was magic as well, but maybe dark magic, not the good kind.
Yeah, and it's ended up as a no ball. So Thurton now at the far end has the chance to advantage Mr. Ramkissoon. He bowls now. Oh, yes, he put it up there. It's hit down the ground. Should only get one for that. No, they're going to come back for a second. There's a little bit of a bobble and a fumble out in the deep, and they come back for a second.
Yeah, the keeper was not impressed by that
No,
one.
I
Arms
was just going to
outstretched.
say that.
I think rightfully so as well, because it really should have only been one. The ball was struck straight down the ground, and it's one of the nicer parts of the outfield there where you don't really have that much. You can just run straight in, pick up and throw.
That's what it should have been. He kind of allowed the ball to come to him. Anyway, here's Ramkissoon's next ball again. It's floated up there, isn't it? And played out into the offside for 1 run. The score moves on to 69 for 4. We've got 2 balls left in the over. The projected score now has gone over 100. This is a nice looking innings for the Little Tobago Islanders. They'll be pleased at this point. Still got wickets in hand for, well, 3.2 overs to go. Slapped down the ground. It's in the air for a long time. It's wide of the man in the deep. So they'll come back for a second. That was a good hit from Jaron Alfred. He's 13 off 5. Just puts it in the slot for him. It's wide enough for him to swing his arms and gives himself a little bit of room. Goes down on one knee, very Caribbean-like, if you like. And there's another swing. This time he's placing it delicately almost.
Well, something about his batting style is very akin to that of T-10 Webster, with the way he likes to open the face of the bat, the way he likes to use his wrist and gets down. You saw that with Webster also. Yeah. He likes to just go down and get that balanced base before striking. Then the 7 overs, 72 for 4. Little Tobago Islanders projected score of 103. 3 overs left in this innings. Think that they should get there, Sheldon?
Yeah, I think that score is achievable.
And there we see
another signal.
There's a handsome guy there being featured with
this is the one on this side.
The fairer complexion. I think it would be the one to my right. In the production booth here. Thanks to our cameraman as well.
Our
Mr. Clark.
That was Ruthven Ross, the umpire, who was signalling us, and we just waved back to him, not knowing what it was that he was trying to tell us. We just want to get on with it, don't we? 72 for 4, 3 overs left to go.
Well, at that point, all eyes were on you. The cameraman was on you. The umpire was trying to get your attention. I think you're the man of the moment here, Sheldon.
That's a rare occasion, I can assure you. Jaron Alfred is 14 off 6 deliveries. Christian Turton 16 off 15. And it is Jaron Alfred to face. Did Marcus Daniel just say that Jaron Alfred was from Bell Garden? Is he? I didn't realise. I thought he was from Roxborough. Well, it's fairly close, isn't it? Bell Garden, Roxborough, you know, flip it a coin, really. I suppose if you're in Argyll, you might say that you're in between. If you know Tobago well. It's all up on this side. Anyway, Alfred is ready. He settles over his bat. Oh, decides to step down the track, moves to his right to look to swing that into the bay, but he doesn't really connect. They still managed to take one.
Well, you see a difference here from Donovan Roberts. He's switched ends. He bowled his previous over from the opposite end, and now that he's bowling from this end, he's coming around the wicket to the right-handers. Previously, he was bowling over the wicket, and that's when he got that prize wicket of T-10 Webster also. And it's a situation where, well, now he switches back to over the wicket. So I wonder if he's just trying to cramp Alfred for room with that angle across him.
That's a nice delivery, but it's hit straight to the man. And it's down, not down his throat, actually, because he did have to dive forward to take it. Wow.
So Donovan Roberts seems to be the man with the golden arm. And Sidel Diaz, second catch of the day for him. One taken on the boundary that was, I dare say, much easier by his standards. This one a bit more difficult, but again, a man with Diaz's fielding capability, he's going to take those catches any day. So Thurton has to depart as we take a look at that catch again.
It doesn't seem to get there. It takes a long time for the delivery to get there, and he's just through the shot a little bit. He gets underneath it, and he ends up lofting it here. It's actually coming back into him as well. That was the thing. Just got cramped up for a little bit of room there. Slightly uncomfortable position. Couldn't get enough on it, and ends up lofting it to the man.
And as you saw the replay, that delivery was going into middle and leg stump, and he just tried to carve it towards the offside. So playing against the natural flow of the ball. Maybe if he decided to play that on the leg side, a flick shot, or just anywhere in that direction would have been better with the angle.
Yeah, I suppose with the overs, running away quite quickly, they want to try and get up to that projected score of 100 plus. Simmons Peters, it is, who comes in now. He takes strike and is about to face his first delivery. There's a swing at that one. He run through for a frantic single.
Frantic is an understatement, because look at the excited appeal here from Roberts, and look at where the ball struck the batsman.
Was that a leg by in the end then? Because he didn't get.
So he's coming from around the wicket. That ball hit the batsman way outside the line of the leg stump, and Roberts was definitely looking for a wicket still.
In he comes again, and this time Alfred just checks it, doesn't he? Oh my goodness.
That is excellent work. My word, Nicholas Singh with that one-hand pickup and return to the keeper. And then wicket keeper with an easy task with that return. Really great cricket there indeed. That is an example of where fielding is your main asset. From nothing to something, that delivery seemed to be an easy single. And Nicholas Sugdiose, with some excellent work, was able to pick it up with one hand, clean through. Look at this here.
We've got three of the best fielders involved. Simmons Peters is at the non-striker's end. Alfred hits it, who's a good fielder himself. He runs off crazily for the single. Simmons Peters has to try and make the ground, and it's Sukhdev Singh that you said was able to, with real ease. I mean, he made it look so simple. Really well done. 74 for 6. We've got 2 balls left in this over, and it's Atto James to face. Alfred is down at the non-striker's end, and Atto James will face his first delivery. It's short, tucked off his hip, but it doesn't actually go anywhere, and there's no run. 1 ball left. That's a nice looking shot from Alfred. No need to run for that, and he doesn't. Leant back, cut that beautifully past the man at point. And it was just a chase down the road for that one. That road takes you to the old recreation ground, past the school on the right-hand side. 82 for 6 now. Alfred moves on to 19 off 9 deliveries. It was a really nice looking shot. He looked as though he had so much time to play that. It was short, wide. He leant back, cut it away really nicely. 82 for 6. There comes Diaz again. He bowls, and this time Diaz puts it down the leg side. It wraps Alfred on the pad. He tries to work that into the onside, but missed out. There's no run. Diaz picks up a handful of dirt to try and dry his hands. He's still wet and a little bit slippery out there as he bowls his next delivery, and Alfred steps inside, lofts that over the tents, and that's a 6. He's played really well here, Jaron Alfred. Just moves across the crease, gives himself plenty of room, and something that would have been on 6th or 7th stump, wide outside the offside, he manages to turn into a shot that he can pull. That's good cricket from Alfred. 88 for 6. This time he charges down the wicket. He slaps that to the man at cover. They come through for 1. Alfred didn't look around to see what had happened. He knew there was only 1 there. What he didn't realise that was Atto James was still running.
And I don't think you can easily push 2.
Not with Atto
James at the crease.
And then he looked around to see what all the action was about. Well, the action was that you almost got run out.
Atto's going to be looking to deal in boundaries here more than anything.
Especially at this stage of the game. What have we got? 8 balls. 8 balls left. 2 in this over. And then the final over. Diaz ready to bowl. It's James on strike, and he has a big swing at that. And that could go all the way as well. Well, look at that. Hardly looked as though he'd put anything into that. It was lofted over the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Right on cue. Look at that. Took the delivery from that off-stop line, full of length as well. I just flicked it for 6. The sheer power of Atto James. Truly on display here. Some 7 legal deliveries left, and he's going to make the most of them.
That's a hit of 55 meters from where he is. We measured that out this morning as Diaz changes the angle a bit, right arm round. That would have gone across him, and they come through for a leg by. Beautifully done by Ronnie McKenna, standing on one leg there. .96 for 6, and I think that 100 that we were talking about is very much on the cards now. It was projected to be 103 at one stage. It's gone up to 107, so not a great deal in it, but I think if you're going to push up over 100, that's going to be a good score to chase.
I believe in the T-10 format, 100 is one of the par scores depending on the nature of the surface, the outfield. This ground, I think 100 is a good competitive score because the surface is not the easiest to bat on. You can't just play strokes through the line of the delivery. You have to keep your eyes on it, time it.
Xavier Reid to bowl to James. He has a swing at that, and as has been his has been his way, Alfred is already down the track running. I was in the crease before Atto James had a chance to get going to take that leg by. James ambled his way up to the other end, but it's quite clear that Alfred also feels that he can hit a few big shots. 97 for 6. And Xavier Reed comes into bowl. The next delivery, a swing from Alfred, and that gets past the man in the ring, if you like. There's no man out in the deep that can stop that. And James watches and nods approval as Alfred finds the boundary with that strike. 30 off 13. The score moves on to 101 for 6. We've got 4 balls left in the over. He may make 110. A few big hits. Another swing. And that's gone again. Swept out to the man in the deep. He does manage to pick it up, but they come back for a second. That's as much as you can hope for with Atto James, and I'm sure Alfred is perfectly happy with that. The score moves on to 103 for 6. We've got 3 balls left in the over. Alfred's personal score is 32 off 14. Really good innings from the Bell Garden man. He steps across, swings deep, and that goes. It actually is inside the rope. Who was it that put that down?
Number 17 looks to be, but given the jersey situation, we can't really confirm.
We'll call.
Could be
We'll call
Fabrice Lynch.
Fabrice Lynch. That's who we're guessing.
We'll have a look at it after.
Oh, that is him. Okay. Well, in actual fact, if it's the same one who's been running around like a crazy man, he's fielded quite well. But he put that one down, and that was swung at by James, and he missed out.
I think he just
A dot ball.
overran that attempted catch. Went behind him in the end. Last delivery of this innings.
Yeah, this is it. 104 for 6. Wing. Oh, no, it's not the last ball, actually.
We should have put a disclaimer.
Yeah,
Last
that's right,
legal
yeah.
delivery was scheduled to be bowled, but it's an illegal delivery, and as such, a free hit results. And just take a look at that shot that went over the head of the fielder.
105 on the board.
It was high in the air.
Yeah,
Just misjudged it.
it's unfortunate. It could have stayed out a little bit longer. There's a good swing from James. He should come back for a second, and the faster runner. That was a good throw.
It's excellent from Atto James. The dive at the end to ensure that he reached home. That's the commitment you want to see from your players out there.
But I'd go for a really good piece of work in the deep, because
That as well, yeah.
the furthest place to the furthest place to throw to was at the far end. But he knew he wasn't going to get Alfred out. Alfred was going to be in, so he chose to go way down the track. There had to be a big dive from James, and it was an attempt to put it between the legs from the wicketkeeper there. It didn't work out, and we finish off on 107 for 6 after 10 overs. The Booker Reef Divers, when they come back, will need 108. We'll be back with more action on Cricket 360. Well, welcome back to the Speyside Recreation Ground for the Booker Reef Divers innings in reply to 107 for 6 that the Little Tobago Islanders put on in their 10 overs. It was entertaining, let's put it that way. It was very entertaining. In particular, I thought that there was a really nice innings there from Jerron Alfred. He hit the ball well, he ran well. Who was it that came in with him? Christian Turton, I think, and Atto James accompanied him for a bit. There were a couple of outs that will leave them a little bit disappointed. Simmons Peters was out without scoring, having faced only one ball, and I think Leron Lizama, but they were going for the runs, so no shame in that. All right, we are ready to go. Let's have a listen to Marcus Daniel, Damien Joachim, and Diaz open things up. That goes down the leg side, and they're going to steal one, if you like. And they ran one, and it was wide. Welcome back.
Yeah. Well,
Take it away.
Thank you for that reintroduction as well. And
well, it wasn't really. It was just a hello. You know.
Sometimes in modern times, a simple thing as a hello goes a long way. So it's still much appreciated. And this opening pair for the Booker Reef Divers, Cedal Diaz, Nicholas Sukhdev Singh, take nothing away from them. They can easily achieve that target once they get into the right gear.
Jamaican bowls, swing at that one. Ooh, James wore that, didn't he? That seemed to ricochet off something.
Yeah, it's hard to get away those deliveries as well once there's turn on offer. Now, I'm not sure what you have seen of Cedal Diaz in the past, but in the Dream 11 T-10 Blast in Trinidad and Tobago, for the past 5 or 6 editions, he has been one of the top performers with ball, bat, field, every aspect.
Danger man then.
Looking to see what he can do here. This is the Isle of Tobago, and so far, 2 dot deliveries, so excellent start from Joachim. And the thing with Diaz is that when that Dream 11 T10 Blast is usually played, it's in Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which is a flat track, a batting track,
yes,
almost placid in fact. So this is going to be a challenge for him here.
Slightly different surface to deal with. Left arm round, that swung down the ground. It will bounce once, or a couple of times, before it reaches the fielder in the deep, and they come through for just a one, I think it was, wasn't it?
So timing, as you could see there, not as he would have desired. Outer edge of the bat and just going over the head safely for a single. Now Sukhdev Singh.
Huge shout for LBW, but the umpire's not interested. He shakes his head and says no. Not this time. It really does look very slow on the screen. I can assure you we are almost side on. It's a little bit quicker than that when it's going down there, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a situation where I think the bowlers are also realizing that taking pace off the ball might in fact be better suited with this type of surface. Force the batters to try and time and play with power.
We've had a few catches that swung out into the deep. No one's going to stop that except the guy who was previously sitting on the roller down in the deep. It was down the leg side, and Sukhdev Singh took full advantage of it.
Now that's the thing about Sukhdev Singh. Look at how quick he gets into position there. He loves that leg side, favors it. First 2 deliveries gave him a bit of difficulty with the turn, but he's adjusted well.
Oh!
As I say that,
Yeah.
cue the commentator's curse.
Oh dear, yes.
My apologies, Nicholas.
Well, we're going to have a look at the replay. I shouldn't laugh. I'm laughing at the fact that the commentator's curse came in to it. But
So
we want to look at the footwork here, because I think he just played this from the crease. It wasn't wide enough, definitely wasn't wide enough to cut, and it wasn't short enough. So have a look at these two things. Oh, and it came back. That moved.
And not only that, that ball did not get up at all. In fairness to the batter, that ball just stayed at ankle height or thereabouts. And I mean, it's really difficult to plan for those sort of deliveries. I think.
Show again, because depending on where that pitch, he could reasonably have expected that to get up a little bit more with that length. It didn't, and that really did for him. But there was that turn back in to the left-hander. That moved off the pitch, came back in. There's another look at it.
See how low that delivery kept when it crashed into the stumps.
Atto James was perfectly happy with it. Eight off that first over then. Jaden Kent is the incoming batsman. He's going to be at the non-strikers end. T-10 Castro is going to bowl. Marcus called it the river end. I thought it was from the school. Anyway, here's Castro. He bowls. And there's a attempted pull from Diaz. He swivels on one leg but misses out there. And the score stays on 8 for 1. Kent. Who was it that Kent played for previously? He's wearing a Booker Reef Diver shirt, but I'm sure that he played for the Rainforest Rangers in a previous edition. I'm just going to check with our scorer. She'll let us know. That's Castro. Bowls again. There's a thick outside edge.
It's a race on. It's a foot race.
He'll catch that up. It's too heavy out in the deep. There were two men closing in on it. Kent wanted to come back for a third, but Diaz decided 2 will do. Did Jaden Kent previously play for the Rainforest Rangers? Do you remember him playing for them? Yeah, I think he, or maybe the year before even. He'd played under Navin Stewart. I think, yeah, that's right. Yeah, and here comes Castro again. He bowls. It's short. There's width there to pull, but he misses out. Orlando James this morning hit, or this afternoon, early this afternoon, pulled beautifully. He was into position really, really well. But on this occasion, Diaz misses out. 10 for 1. As Castro runs in to bowl again. This time it's full outside the off stump, and Diaz is missing out again. He's replaying the shot in his mind and just giving us the impression here that he thinks that one may have been just a little bit slower, floated up there. And
remember, as I mentioned, he's accustomed to playing those deliveries that's coming through.
Yeah.
As an opening batter, that's what you would prefer in any situation.
Likes it a bit quicker, yes. Again, he tries to pull there. Kent is threatening to run down and steal a single, but Diaz is not interested and just takes a moment to catch himself, having been hit somewhere on the body. Where do you think that hit him?
Well, it was definitely a loud noise when that delivery struck him. I think it struck him, let's see.
Better not be a rib.
And as he was playing the pull shot, struck him on the upper part of the body.
Well, there's enough padding there, isn't there? He seems to be, well-rounded.
Strong guy.
Guys like us now, we might be broken with a delivery like that. As Castro runs in to bowl again. This time he does get hold of that.
That's a classic Cedel Diaz stroke. Once it's over pitch and once it's within his arc, he's going to take advantage of it. Really nice looking shot there. The dynamic Diaz.
Yes, it was. He got plenty of bat on it and disappeared very quickly. Gave him that little bit of width. It was the right length for him as well. He just leaned into this. All arms, isn't it? Big swing. Usually you want to be leaning in towards the bat, and some part of your front foot gets towards the ball. No need. Nice big strong arms. Good swing. it raced off to the boundary. 14 for 1 after 2 overs. Jerron Alfred is going to take up the bowling from the road end. First look at Alfred with the ball. We've already seen what he can do with the bat. He was pretty useful, wasn't he? What did Jerron Alfred finish on as far as a score, individual score? Was it in his 30s? 30 odd, wasn't it? As he runs into bowl now, slightly leg side, tucks it round to the short fine leg fielder. 33 off, how many? 33 off 15, that's a good return, isn't it? Alfred did his job. 94 off 48. Alfred bowls right arm round, he drops it short, and it took forever to get to Jaden Kent, and it ends up hitting him, not with any kind of force, but that was one of the difficulties. There it was, short into him, and Kent was through the shot before it got to him. There's no pace in this strip.
Alfred is a tricky bowler, thinking bowler also.
That one swung up into the air, over the head of the fielder. He pulls it in, still slippery out there, isn't it? See that? And they came back for a second. Atto James having a word with Kent. Here's the delivery. Again, short. He got it on the high end of the bat, probably up near the maker's name, and that's why it went up and didn't get the distance. It went far enough over the head of the fielder, however, and that's the important thing. You don't want to lob it up there and get caught. 16 for 1 as Alfred bowls again, and that's full. That's clattered for 6. That has to be out in the street somewhere. It's gone into the little park across the road. That has to be all of 70 odd meters, and that really also should have been where did that delivery end up? Surely that looked like a no ball.
Oh, yeah, it seems to be.
Looked like a no ball.
It
to
was
me.
dipping, so maybe the umpire thought that it was dipping below the waist, but
He also probably thought, you got 6, I'm not giving you any more. Right, here comes Alfred. Again, right arm round the wicket. Kent goes again. He's slapping it around now, Jaden Kent. This time it's 4, 1 bounce 4. And having gone for 2 off the first 3 balls, the next 2 balls have gone for 10. He's not a happy camper, just lucky that car moved in time.
I think they had some difficulty trying to retrieve the ball from underneath some of the flora that's situated. Is that a recreational park, Sheldon?
There's a bar there, and a little bit further along, that's where they normally go and hang out and take a few beers.
And I know it's next to the Speyside Beach facility as well.
Yeah, that is the car park. What do we... And there is, at last, the signal. Yeah. Oh, does he want another ball?
I think he's signaling for a ball.
Yeah? Well, why can't you find the one that was hit there? It can't be that bad.
Well, I'm not sure, because they were looking for it, but I think the fielder gave up the chase.
He obviously doesn't have to pay for the ball. Here comes the third umpire with his box of ball. Mr. Kennedy. He tosses in a new ball.
And now that's going to be an interesting factor, because it's the end of the 3rd over, essentially, and a new ball is being introduced. And I note that, I mean, it is a short game in terms of 10 overs per team, but
they couldn't have done much damage to the previous one.
The irony is that a newer ball sometimes...
I thought he'd found it. There was a wave from the fielder out in the deep, but he was just saying, is this where you want me?
I think it's setting the field.
Alfred to Kent. Slap down the ground as well.
So I was now going to
That's
say,
good.
Sheldon, that
Yeah.
a newer ball is harder, and that means it can travel faster. And right to cue, that one is deposited all the way for 6. My word, what a strike.
He's on fire.
He is indeed. He's taken advantage of Jaron Alfred. All those runs that Alfred has scored for his team have just been pulled back with this shot. Was hammered over deep mid-wicket. That really went a long way. Yesterday when I was in the bar they were asking, is it safe to park your car here? And I said, no, it's not. You can't go to a cricket ground and then claim to have been hit by a car.
So you've seen some of the shots here of the vendors around the ground. Previously, Althea's Legacy Treats. And there we have Sweet Delights. So Sweet Delights, that is. All of them, you can check them out on Facebook and Instagram for further details.
Ooh.
And then on the far left, we have the
advert.
Matrix Movement. Here we see some members of the Tobago House of Assembly and Tobago Cricket Association.
Is that the VIP tent?
Yeah, it may very well be.
Our passes don't get us in there, do they?
I think wherever you go is a VIP
No,
area.
I don't think so.
By all means, I don't think you'll be restricted from any movement there.
Should we try it? I'm sure we'll get turfed out. We'll get turned out. Right, there's a small amount of movement behind the bowler's arm. That's all over now, and Diaz settles over his bat, waiting for the first delivery from T-10 Webster as he runs in to bowl. 32 for 1. That's played defensively into the leg side. They come through for 1 run. There's no man at mid-on, so that man is out in the deep, so they're able to run through for a nice, easy single. Jaden Kent comes on to strike. Kent has already announced his arrival. He's 18 off 6. Diaz is 8 off 10. Jaden Kent got hold of Jaron Alfred and put him in 3 different parts of the ground for 2 maximums under 4, I think, wasn't it? No, it can't be right. 2 4s under 6 were part of that onslaught, if you like. Kent readies himself, has a swing at Webster, and Webster comes down the track a little bit, has a look at Kent as if to say, I'm not Alfred. Don't try that.
Webster's a similar type of bowler, but again, each bowler has their own unique variations and subtle differences in their approach to the wicket. Webster loves to bowl some of those cutters and pace-off deliveries.
Here he comes again. That's hit nicely down the ground. There's a man out in the deep, so they only take 1, and the score moves on to 34
Now you're hearing
for
the
1.
teammates shouting from the side that should have been 2, because the fielder did have a slight bobble, and even when he threw the ball in, was not taken cleanly by Webster. So I think they're looking at the fact that they don't want the score to get out of hand. I mean, at this point, it's still 74 required from 39. Already seems like an uphill task, but pushing the runs would certainly help. Turn 1 into 2 and 2 into 3.
11 and over. You don't want it to get past that. You can manage 11. Did you get a touch on that? I wonder. It was put down by James anyway.
The reaction doesn't seem to be...
No, nobody said anything. But to me, this sounded just like a little click as it went through.
Yeah, there was a sound indeed. Not too sure what it came from, but Diaz 8 from 11. Very uncharacteristic of the dangerous opening bat.
There comes Webster again. He bowls. That's nicely directed. It was a difficult thing. You see how slippery it is. Even a little move to one side and that fielder slipped there. 35 for 1. I think we've got 1 delivery left in the over. This is a really good over. Only 3 runs coming from it. That run rate is going to go up over 12 if they're not careful. You don't want it up there. It then becomes unmanageable. Pull this back so quickly with one really good over, which Kent gave us earlier on, finding it much more difficult against Webster, and he has a swing at that but doesn't get anywhere near it. The end of the over 4 overs have gone 35 for 1. Jaden Kent is on 19. Sidel Diaz is on 9. The Booker Reef Divers require 73 runs from 36 balls, and that rate is now just over 12 and over.
You can see in the background there some of the artificial lighting around this Speyside recreational ground in place. Not the sort of lights that you usually use for a night cricket game. I think it's more for the walking track around and for the footballers that usually frequent here. But as you were informed from some of the ground staff and organizers, this is the first time this tournament is being held here, and that competitive cricket of this nature. They have played cricket at this facility before, but it's really great to see them looking to improve all aspects of the venues in Tobago. Speyside ground certainly has some factors to consider in terms of the square, the outfield and so on, but they've done an excellent job to bring it to this point of having this Chief Secretary T-10 blast.
Joachim it is who takes a couple of steps and then left arm around, and he's bowled Diaz with the first delivery.
So
in his second over, sorry.
His usual fashion, bowls wicket to wicket, and even when he gets some turn and some purchase, goes to his benefit. But he's the sort of bowler, Joachim, that he likes to target the stumps, and sometimes he can give you that quicker delivery, which we just saw, going straight into the stumps of Sidel Diaz, and he has to go back into the dugout, not scoring as he would have liked in this game.
Yeah, he just looked to give himself a little bit of room, didn't he? And he made the stumps more available. Ended up getting bowled, which brings to the crease now Ashon Pierre. Here's the delivery from Joachim. You just see him step away, give himself that little bit of room, think, okay, there it is, just opens it up, just with the left leg, just opens it up and gives a little bit of space, ends up getting bowled. Kent has a shake of the head, looks skyward. 35 for 2 now, so that equation gets that little bit more difficult now as Ashon Pierre comes to the crease. We've got a strong, powerfully built left-hander at the far end. I like watching him when he hits it. What do they say? It stays hit. Outside the offside, just pushed into the offside, and they take a single. That brings Jaden Kent back on strike. He's faced 9 balls for his 19, and I rather suspect that we're going to see a little bit more fireworks from him now as he targets Joachim. Oh, that one rushed him a little bit. He was looking to have a swing at that and ended up just jabbing down on it to keep it out. It came onto him a little bit quicker than he thought. There's some movement in.
Yeah, a lot of
the
movement after it pitched.
There's Joachim again. Have a swing at that. That's gone up in the air. Who's underneath that?
Catch taken comfortably.
There were a couple of men.
I think it's T-10 Castro. No, it's not Castro. T-10 Webster was one of the fielders converging there.
We'll have a look and see if we can find out when he turns round exactly who it was that held on to that. But he just got underneath that completely. Let's see what he does wrong here. Again, a little bit too... It just got to the top of the bat. It was a good swing, but the connection, that was well held. Is that Keel Ross, do you think? Keel Ross. We've worked it out. 36 for 3, and I just get the feeling now with 13 and over, almost 14 and over required, that it's just getting away from the Booker Reef divers. Oh, there's a swing at that one. Makes some kind of connection. That's not the kind of stop that you expect. It's a bye. He didn't make any connection at all. Who did you work that out to be? Donovan Roberts, did you say? Okay, we're not that far off. He didn't make any connection with it. Ashon Pierre is going to have to connect with quite a few, actually. And he has a swing at that one and misses.
That one is connected with the stumps.
Yep, they're beginning to tumble with unnerving regularity, I'm afraid. I'll try not to be too flowery in the speech. I'll just say he's out. But it was a little bit more than that, wasn't it? And given the speed with which the wickets are falling, we've had 2 in this over already. This is
and it's a turn again. Look at that pitch outside off on around the 4th or 5th stump, and turned so much that it went on to strike the middle stump.
Every time that there's a left-hander down here, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that? And we can see it so much more.
And the irony, Sheldon, is that you would think a left-arm orthodox left-hander, they would favor the matchup. But I think it's because of also that area of the pitch. We saw the one that Sukhdev Singh got bowled with.
Yep.
That didn't get up at all. This one that bowled the previous batter, it did get up, but the amount of turn was so significant that it beat him between bat and pad and went on to hit the middle stump. Donovan Roberts now had an excellent performance with the ball in hand, picking up 3 key wickets in the first innings of this second game. Now he has the bat in hand. We'll wait to see what he can produce. But look at those figures from Damian Joachim. 4 for 9 in a T10 game.
Yeah, that's
truly
incredible.
Astounding.
Oh, that looked but it's in the air. There's a man underneath it, and he holds on to it as well. Way out in the deep.
It looks to be Tishan Castro.
Castro hardly had to move, to be honest. If you have a look at where he takes this, still have to hold on to it. Good swing of the bat. Plenty of height, but unfortunately not the distance. Man settles underneath it. Ends up holding on to it. Well, this is beginning to unravel. 14 and over. Now, this is getting away from the Booker Reef divers very quickly. 71 required off 30 balls. We are, at a slight disadvantage, given that the shirt changes. Where has he bowled that from? Have a look at this for a delivery.
A really unique run-up, isn't it? Well, I'm using the word run-up, but I think that in itself might be
I don't think
a bit of a stretch.
I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
But he's getting the job done. At the end of the day, Afiba is getting the job done.
A wicket and 1 run off the over so far. 15 and over. Climbing so quickly. Yeah, I think we need to check to see who we've got at the crease here. He comes down the wicket and just pushes that into the offside. Afiba McKenna. Did we say is? Yeah, I know. It's quite taxing, isn't it? And at the non-striker's end? Well, that was clubbed into the onside. There's a man out in the deep who comes in. That's Lazama, who picks up. I'm not sure why they've got him
Not only that,
fielding out there.
the irony is that they pushed for 2 on that delivery. By all means, good running, good cricket. But now the equation seems to be getting totally away from you, and now you decide to push for 2. When at the start of the innings, in fact, the first 5 overs, one would have reasonably assumed that they should have been pushing for those 2 since then.
Go
Instead,
for it.
I think they tried to deal in too many boundaries from the start. I think they tried to be a bit aggressive and forgot the fact that they could rotate the strike, get the singles, get the 2s, get your eyes in, and then look to launch thereafter. But unfortunately, that's the way the game goes in this certain instance.
Yeah, I think we've got a different... Can I just check who we've got at the crease, the 2 batsmen? Yeah. Ronaldo Lazama has put on that much weight, I can't even recognise him. I have to have a word with him and his dad. That's the reason I asked. I just couldn't believe what's he been eating?
It's muscle, is it?
He had a baby. Well, you can put on weight after you've had a baby. That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Someone must have heard me out there. They must be listening to the stream. Right, where are we? 42 for 5. It's beginning to unravel, not only out in the middle, but here in the commentary position as well. As there's a nice swing. He did get hold of that. And it's his, not namesake, but the other Lazama who has to chase it down. A slightly wild throw.
Well, I thought he was raising his bat there after that single, but I think he's calling for a change of bat instead. However, the dugout doesn't seem to be taking him on. He's signaling for the bat, and no one is responding.
No, he's worse than who's the guy on ease who's always changing his bat, changing his gloves, and all sorts of stuff. Superstar. Anyway, Castro bowls. That's tucked into the leg side, and they steal a single. No, he definitely wants a change of bat. And eventually someone moves.
Well, it's reached to the point that he's now coming into the
Walk off,
strike.
yeah. And
He's still signaling, no one is responding.
He wants it. Somebody has gone, actually, to his bag to get another bat. It's taking a while, though. We're coming up to 6 o'clock. Have mine, I'll tell you what. Robert says, have mine, and just get on with it.
That's good looking out.
Who is the guy in his superstar that's always changing his gloves and changing his bat?
Well,
Plays for Guyana and the West Indies. He's dug out.
at present,
Yeah.
could be one of Shimran Hetmaya.
That's the only one. There's only one name that does that. It's very Hetmeyer-like.
Sometimes even from the first few deliveries.
It is broken. It's completely broken. Sorry, go on. His bat's completely broken.
And they're still not responding. And there's a
Thick
12th
outside edge.
fielder, but this has gone for 4 safely away.
Yeah, he completely missed that, didn't he, the 12th fielder? Moving in the wrong direction.
I think, in fact, that could have probably been a no ball, as the fielder was moving. Well, not the fielder, but a canine friend moving after delivery. See it there just in the back of the screen. And safely away for 4.
Yeah, I think even the opposition are saying, why don't you get a bat? And here it is. Not much of it left. Mercifully, for whoever the bat maker is, the stickers have been removed, because it wouldn't be a good advertisement, would it? You know, you're walking off and it says, I don't want to call the name of any.
Well, I must say, I like the style of the handle, the rubber that's placed on the handle in the Trinidad and Tobago colors.
Oh, yes.
It's a really nice touch there.
There is at least that. Anyway, Lezama makes his way back to the middle. He's at the non-striker's end, which is good for him, because he couldn't have possibly continued with that bat. And it's Donovan on strike, and he tucks that into the offside. They come through for 1. It's Webster again. Is this his second over? It is, isn't it? Yes. Did he only go for 4 in his previous over? Just 4 off the over. That's really well done. Oh, 3. Okay. Oh yes, because he went for a single there. And Lezama comes down the track trying to hoik him into the deep. Doesn't get the best of connections. It squirts out to deep square leg, and they come through for 2. Or was it Lezama that hit that, and it's now a single? All right, just the 1 then. And you've got the left-handed Donovan Roberts on strike. Full. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's not. It holds up in the deep outfield. And
even the batsmen are unsure because Lezama was just standing at the crease and staring in the direction of the ball while
they come back for a second.
Roberts, I think he made a lap around it. That ball just stopped though.
No, it didn't get there.
It just stopped. It didn't even trickle towards the boundary.
And comes Webster again.
It's a nice looking shot.
Similar looking shot to the first. Doesn't go wide. It goes straight out to Liron Lezama, who's fielding in the deep. He rifles in the throw, but they've taken 1. And it's the other Lezama, this time Ronaldo Lezama on strike. 9 runs off 8 balls, 53 for 5. Equation way out of the reach, I'm afraid. That's down the leg side. They're going to take a run. It was wide. But at 23 and over, I think we can reasonably say that this one is beyond the reach of the divers. I was going to say this one is too deep, but that's not very funny, is it? But you laughed anyway. That was very nice of you. That's a nice looking hit. And just squirted off the air.
Humour is subjective indeed.
Yes, well, it wasn't very humorous, I'm afraid. A few people at home must be saying that was very droll.
Well, by all means, we still take the positives from it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be a question. What are the Booker Reef divers going to take from this as far as positive is concerned? It's been all Islanders, hasn't it? Punched down the ground by Lezama.
One of the positives, at least from what we are seeing, is the Donovan Roberts. Brooks. His bowling effort was really well, one with the bat in hand. Even though the game seems to be all but lost, he's not giving up, and he has shown that energy even on the field. You know, he's been supporting, and as you mentioned supporting, we have some cheerleaders in training here on the outskirts. As we look on the screen, we see some of those youngsters pulling out the dance moves.
Okay,
It's great to have
needed.
Great to have the youngsters out here in support of the cricket.
A for effort with that one.
And I must say we have a very good turnout. It's approaching, well, it's just reached 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and Friday evening, great race weekend. Chief Secretary T-10 Blast edition number 5 at the Speyside Recreation Grounds. We're looking forward to the rest of this tournament, and we want to encourage everyone looking on to come out.
That's hit by Lizama to square leg. They sneak a single.
So yeah, Sheldon, I heard that you're bringing down some buses filled with supporters over the weekend.
I don't know about that. I think the only thing I'm bringing is the cooler. There'll be a few things in there.
By all means, we want all of the viewers and persons listening on as well to come out to the Speyside Recreational Grounds. Very festive atmosphere here. Lots of food and drink on sale as well.
Right arm round. Big swing. It's high up in the air. And it was away and behind the fielder. It was always going to be a difficult one. It's slightly having to change direction and then look at the ball coming over the head. It was a tricky one.
Well, Joachim is usually an excellent fielder, so I think it definitely was just getting away from him as he turned and was travelling back. Not an easy catch at all.
Well, he got away with that one. 60 for 5. Now the score, the equation, I think, is not really worth giving serious consideration to. 28, almost 29 and over. 48 off only 10 balls. Mind you, with some big hitting. Yeah.
Oh, and
he's gone over.
Oh my
he's gone over the
word.
boundary. That was a huge hit. Those are the occasions when you might want to just think about tapping it back or up if you can. A little bit of volleyball, you know. No, it was, yeah. That one was the giveaway. Let's just toss that back, and I'm going to land over the boundary. Lizama again winged that one in.
And look at this, a 30-run partnership at the end when there was a flurry of wickets in the middle.
Off 21 balls.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that last hit helped. There's another big swing. Yeah, where's that one going? That one's going to bounce. One bounce.
So we're hearing shouts of dive from all around the ground. Not too sure if it's because it's the Buko Reef Divers playing.
Oh, that was a good one. Well done. 68 for 5. Got one more ball left in the over. Nice swing out into the deep, but Lizama's been kept busy out there. He throws that in. They're only able to take one. That will mean Donovan Roberts will keep the strike. 18 off 12 balls. Ronaldo Lizama he's on 12 off 11. So I mean these two have made an effort, but it's a little bit too late, really. We need 39. Can hardly believe it. Can hardly believe my eyes. We've got the last over to be bowled by... Who's it that's bowling the last over then? All right. They've gone for Brandon Melville to bowl the last over.
Final over. 39 required from 6.
This is it then. I mean, a couple of no balls and you could still be in it.
We just wonder if they had really put the pressure on in the first 5 overs, that this could have been a different result in the end.
Yeah, there's the first delivery. That one's along the ground. Stopped at extra cover. Did they come through for one? No, they didn't. And everything, I'm just wondering when it comes down to net run rate and stuff, you know, every run is going to count. So turning down a single when you've got Lezama at the other end, he can swing his bat. Kill that.
Robert showed that he could swing it as well.
Yeah. Although only the one. So you took that one, but not the one before. And Lezama, he's already put the ball over the boundary rope, hasn't he?
Well, in fairness to Roberts, though, I think he seemed to be coming for the single, and Lezama just stood on his bat at the other end.
In that case. He has a swing at that. He'll come back for a second, pull that in. And a nice throw as well. Yes, that just keeps getting bigger and bigger. 72 for 5, 3 balls left, and the run rate is 72. How does that happen? 36 off 3 balls. Steps down the track. A nice swing from Lezama. They take a single. Lezama goes on to 14 of 12. Donovan is 19, having faced 14 balls. He can do himself a favour here and make a good connection with this, the penultimate ball. He stepped away. You can't ask for a wide now. You stepped away from the ball. Yeah, that was the way to do it. That's the one you wanted. Last ball of the match. 73 for 5. The Booker Reef Divers have been comprehensively beaten here. Hits that out into the deep. They take 1 and they end up on 74. 74 for 5 finally. And unfortunately that was way too little. A big win for Little Tobago Islanders. Final word?
Yes, well, definitely it was an exciting counter. In the end, the Little Tobago Islanders triumphant over the Booker Reef Divers, and it was a resounding victory based on the total. Damien Joachim adjudged to be the man of the match, 20 off of 12 deliveries and 4 wickets for 9 runs in his 2 overs. Definitely an excellent all-round performance from the man from Trinidad and Tobago, plays his cricket for Power Gem Penal Sports Club. But all in all, the first day here is complete in the Chief Secretary T10 Blast Edition 5. And again, we want to encourage everyone to come out tomorrow, to come out Sunday. In fact, between today and the 24th of August, the 24th of August is the final day. There are a couple rest days in between on Monday and Thursday, but every other day we have 2 games starting at 1:30 p.m. on the weekdays and 4 p.m. and then Sunday, in fact, there's an earlier start at 11:30, I believe, for the first game. So again, we want to encourage everyone to come out to enjoy this competition, and we thank you for tuning in up to this point. And final words from Mr. Brooks.
No, we look forward to your company tomorrow. Follow every ball on Cricket 360. Thanks to our scorer. 360 Cricket TV on YouTube. We look forward to your company, and thanks to our scorer, Tracy Caldera. Bye-bye for now.